like it could take longer.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to the regularly scheduled board meeting of the San Marcos CISD Trustees. Tonight is August 19th at 6 o'clock at San Marcos High School. We have a quorum. We have 6 board members present. And I would like to introduce our new principal of San Marcos High School, Ms. Guajardo, to introduce her student who is going to lead us in the pledges this evening.
Good evening, President Halsey, board members, and Dr. Cardona. It is my honor to introduce our San Marcos High School student representative, Phoebe Knight, and she will lead us in the pledge this evening. Phoebe is an enthusiastic, hardworking, and kind senior. She's involved in forensics, dance, and fashion design. She plans to attend college at ACC and then Baylor, and she wants to study anthropology. Phoebe Knight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much. Have a great senior year.
See, Phoebe, that wasn't hard, was it?
Next up, we're going to have a public hearing to discuss the proposed tax rate for 2024-2025. Mr. Doyle.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Yes, this is our public hearing to discuss our tax rate for fiscal year 24-25. As a reminder, this is a requirement by law, by Texas statute, that we have a public hearing for our tax rate and then also provide notice. And I would want to point out that we provided notice in the day of the record on August 4th, 2024 of this meeting. Just some trends that I wanted to show that our certified tax rate over the years from 2018 to 2023. You can see that the number from 2018 has reduced currently, past year 2023. Our total tax rate was 0.9915. The proposed tax rate that you'll see this evening, later on in the board meeting, that we're asking for to be adopted, our M&O rate would be 0.6969. The INS rate would be 0.3183 for a total tax rate of 1.0152. Now I invite for any public comment on that. Moving on, this is the public hearing to also discuss proposed budget. We did adopt our budget in June, but due to the potential calling for the tax rate election, we needed to circle back and provide this information as well. What you'll see is that the top section is with our current, if you will, tax rate, what we adopted in June when it comes to our budget, with 6 golden pennies. The implications of that tax rate election, if it were to go through, you'll see the bottom set of numbers is with 6 golden pennies. So you can see the implications of that, right? If adopted and if the election is successful, then you'll see that our total general fund revenue will increase to $88,054,748. Total expenditures that we passed in the budget originally in June is $102.9 million for a total of a deficit of $14.8 million. Food service, you can see, remains the same. The INS rate did change a little bit. You can see that our revenues projected are $30.5 million, total expenditures being $29.2 million with a balance of $1.2 million. Again, I open up for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into public forum, and we have one speaker tonight, Dr. Mary Salmi, to speak on high school scheduling and accountability.
Hi, Dr. Cardona and school board members. I didn't anticipate being here quite so soon at 6 p.m. on a Monday, but the issue that brings me here is something that impacts student success. It's systemic and it's completely avoidable. I want to share my family's experience with you this year with our scheduling conflicts that have been going on, and I want to do that and not bring up what's going on with other students. I don't know how widespread the problem is this year, but what I know and what you all know is that we have had schedule problems at the high school brought to us for the past 3 years, which is why I say this is clearly a systemic problem. And I think the accountability part of it comes in that you are responsible for holding the administration accountable for fixing these problems once and for all. So one of my students is a band member, and entering his junior year wanted to take the dual credit classes. And San Marcos High School staff were very helpful in ensuring that he was eligible for dual credit through ACC. They made sure he was eligible by passing the TSI test. They even went so far as to send out an enrollment instruction for ACC in July, which we did enroll in ACC, and then found out 2 days before school started that there would be no dual credit through ACC, that all dual credit would be happening at Texas State, and it would involve busing students for 5th and 6th period from the high school to Texas State. And I understand that this is a program that we've been working on and trying to implement, but the implementation was poor. The execution of that implementation impacted certainly my family, and I can't imagine we're the only ones. Because students who are in band cannot have an off-campus class in 5th period, and so they are no longer eligible for dual credit at all. So my student isn't eligible for dual credit. We can go back to the advanced placement classes that he had previously been enrolled in, but the scheduling conflicts for those also exist and have been brought to the board in the past. So the students that want to be in certain classes are being told that they can enroll in those classes. They're being given those opportunities, and then those opportunities for my son were taken away. So I think that having that given to you, being told you have this opportunity, and then understanding that it was in fact a false opportunity is a bigger problem than never having the opportunity. And I think it's really incumbent on the board and the administration to fix the problem. We've all sat through these conversations every year for the past 3, or at least I sat through them for the past 3, and I don't know how long before that. But I think it's important that we present clear options to our students that they can actually participate in before the end of the school year. This is something I brought up with friends in other school districts and have not heard of any other districts in our area, in the Houston area, that have this extent of the problem in such a chronic way. And I'd really hope that you guys, in collaboration with the administration, figure out a way to solve this problem going forward so that you don't have other parents before you next year. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we are scheduled to go into closed session, but we are going to move up the superintendent's report because I believe we have some students here to recognize. Teachers to recognize.
Well, students. Some of them.
While I'm introducing, I'm going to ask that all the art teachers come up and stand in front of the dais at this time that are present. Thank you, Dr. Cardona, President Halsey, and members of the board. Tonight, I'd like to present to you the art staff of SMCISD, those that were able to be present this evening. Under these teachers, dedication, leadership, and instruction, San Marcos CISD has annually had students produce quality pieces of art that have won honors at the regional and state level, teams, junior VII.A, and state VII.A competitions. In addition, over the last 2 years, student work from elementary through high school has been portrayed in exhibits at the Bob Bullock Museum, the Texas State Capitol Building, and the Governor's Mansion. This past school year, the district achieved an award from the Texas Art of Educators Association entitled District of Distinction. The award was a result of meeting not anything less than 12 of 14 criteria contained in a rubric, including exhibitions, contests, and community engagement in the visual arts through field experiences, community service, and collaboration of other content areas. In II.A.'s letter informing us of the award, it was stated, "We were impressed and proud of your level of participation in visual art learning experiences at all grade levels." The complete list of criteria is linked to a banner that is on SMCISD's Fine Arts webpage. And in addition, a news release has been provided to the San Marcos Daily Record, which is linked also to our main SMCISD webpage. Over 1,200 districts were eligible to apply for this award, and just 94 districts out of the state achieved this honor for the 23-24 academic year. So please help me recognize the San Marcos CISD art teachers for this achievement for San Marcos CISD and the II.A. District of Distinction. And for anybody that'd like to stand up with them, please do so. We're going to take a picture. This will actually be presented to II.A. When we receive this award officially at their convention later this year.
Oh, you're fine.
No, you're fine.
That's
We're
all right.
fine. Those of us, yeah.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. Keep it up. Have a great year.
I look forward to it.
That's just really terrific, and I know that promoting all of the arts in our schools is something that is really important to this board, and so it's great to see that recognition. Have a great year and keep it up. So. All right, with that, we will move into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.074, and 551.076. 7:02, we are reconvening in open session, and we are now going to have discussion and possible action regarding the Workforce Diploma Program in partnership with Graduation Alliance for purposes of the Workforce Diploma Program and matters related thereto. Dr. Cardona, could you just explain what that means, please? Sorry. Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, President Halsey. That just means that San Marcos CISD has a unique opportunity to partner with an agency that has a reputation. Randy Cavazos is back there representing Graduation Alliance. And what they will do is identify and work with students or adults 26 to 50 plus in providing a diploma through the Texas Workforce Commission. And so I think it's a positive win for the district that they're going to be servicing the state of Texas and helping address a major need. The adults who graduate will get a San Marcos High School diploma. And there's very little work that has to be done on behalf of the district. The Graduation Alliance people will take the majority of ownership for that, and it's just a positive thing, I think, for the state of Texas.
Terrific. Is there a motion? Mr. Arredondo?
Ms. Halsey, approve that that the board approve the application as presented by staff.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Arredondo and is seconded by Ms. Cantu. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That motion carries 7-0. We look forward to seeing how it works and to advertising that to our community as a great opportunity.
And Mr. Cavazos will be happy to come give a 5-minute presentation in the future.
Great. We'll
And
look
take
forward
y'all
to
to
it.
dinner. And take the board.
Thank you. Okay, now we need to consider approval of the School Resource Officer Program interlocal agreement between San Marcos CISD and the City of San Marcos, acting by and through the San Marcos Police Department. It's my understanding that that is the similar contract that we are currently operating under. There's no significant changes. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Cantu and seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Are there questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That also continues 7-0. Thank you very much to all of our SROs. We've already done the superintendent's report. We are going to skip now into reports and information items, starting with academics and the professional learning plan update. Dr. Sanders.
Good evening, Madam President, and let me apologize in advance. I'm getting over a little bit of a cold here, so I do apologize for my voice. But good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Cardona. This evening, I have the privilege of just sharing with you all some of the professional learning that has taken place over the course of the summer, and some that will continue into the fall for our teachers, for our administrators at the campus level, as well as the district level. So to start with, I'll talk just briefly about the benefits of professional learning, and we start with enhanced leadership skills. And this is really about making sure that we as leaders are focused on improving our decision-making and the problem-solving abilities. As you know, in the course of a day, an administrator makes a lot of decisions, and so we just want to make sure that we all are continually refining those practices so that we're equipped to do so. Improve teacher performance. Higher quality of instruction and student engagement. That's one of the expectations in all classrooms, that students are highly engaged, that there's an alignment between what's being taught with the standards and how students are assessed, and it's meeting the needs of all students. We have better student outcomes, and that's of course focused on increased student achievement and well-being. And I say well-being because we want to emphasize a holistic approach with our students. We know that academics is very important, but we also want to make sure that our mentally and socially our kids are also doing very well. And then last, strong school culture, making sure that we have a positive and inclusive school environment where all students feel safe and welcomed and supported. So the design of professional learning in our district is one where we get voices from starting at our campus level. So what typically happens in the spring, the Office of Academics will send a survey out to principals to send to their teachers to find out exactly what are some of the offerings that teachers would like to see. So some of the things that typically you're going to see is writing across the curriculum. You're going to see anything with curriculum updates, whether it's with Amplify or Eureka in elementary, reading and math. So those are some of the things that you're typically going to see. We're going to always see something around classroom management. This year we had the excellent opportunity to have Safe and Civil Schools out of Portland come to work with all of our leaders so that they can support classroom management strategies in our classroom and do so in a positive fashion, because we want to make sure that how we handle discipline is done so in a restorative way. And then designing the programs and delivery methods and evaluation of programs. The delivery methods is important because we want to make sure that we know time is of the essence. So some of the trainings we offer are face-to-face, and those are done on contract hours. But we also offer opportunities for teachers and leaders to be able to utilize professional learning that is done at their own pace. Every year, of course, we have to engage in Safe Schools training, and that's an online thing that we usually have about 3 or 4 months to complete, but it gives the flexibility to be able to do it at your own leisure versus saying that it has to be done on this date and time. And one significant change that I would like to bring to your attention was we made a change this year. We moved away from trade day. And the reason being, we heard from our teachers that this was something that they no longer want to engage in. And so as a result of that, we no longer have trade. You've probably heard trade days before. That's no longer something that we're doing this year. And that was a result of collaboration with our teachers and our leaders. So when we think about how we break our leadership down, there are 4 areas that we want to focus on: the administrative, the instructional, the executive, and the operational. So when we're thinking about the administrative, that's going to be a lot of the policy and procedures. So those are things that we're going to bring in. For example, we had Juan Cruz Associates come in to work with all of our leaders to ensure if there are any legal updates that we're well informed of what those are. And we also had an administrative conference led by our HR department, and they also provide additional guidance. The instructional leadership piece, those are the things where we're focused on teaching and learning. And some of you may recall from early June, we had our instructional leadership symposium, and that's a time when all of our leaders come together to make sure that we have a consistent message for expectations for teaching and learning in our classrooms. We also had teacher leaders present for that meeting, and so that's just an excellent opportunity for one message to be shared amongst all schools. The executive approach comes in when you're thinking about the mission and vision of the school. So one of the things that we engaged in this year was organizational health, and it really helped us set a foundation for how effective teams operate, that you've got to be cohesive, you've got to be goal focused, you have to ensure that everyone understands the game plan, so to speak. So that piece comes in the executive leadership, and it's really about, as a leader, being the steward of your vision for teaching and learning, being able to articulate that to your community, starting with those in your building. And then last but certainly not least is the operational aspect, and the operational will focus a lot on safety. So we have to make sure every year that we are required to complete certain trainings. And so one of the things that we, safe schools, bloodborne pathogens, making sure that we understand what's required of us if we suspect that a child is being endangered in any kind of way, that how we have to act. So all of those are going to come under operational aspects of how leaders must ensure that their campus is safe, and working closely with the department to do so. So I want to draw your attention to, and you may not be able to see it that well, but this is something that happened over the course of a couple days where we had organizational health come in and work with our administrators and our teachers. And I want to highlight this because this really speaks to the collaborative nature of the work that we're doing. We don't want decisions to be isolated where it's just made at the administrative level. One of the things that we have learned through some of our training this summer is decisions need to be made at the level closest to the implementation. So what that means is when we're talking about instructional decisions, teachers are the lead instructors, right? So they need to be a part of that. So all of our schools, they have revamped their instructional leadership teams to now include more teachers on the team as opposed to administrators, because again, it's closest to where things are happening. So in this, you can see that there's a large group presentation that's followed by table discussions and follow-up questions. So we had every school represented, and each school, they were asked to bring teacher leaders to be a part of that team. And over the course of the training, they developed an action plan based on data that they had collected from the previous spring. This allowed them to determine how healthy their organization was. We know that in order for our students to be successful, our adults have to be in a good place, and that was one of the things that we really emphasized through this, is making sure that the morale is high, that we're empowering individuals to make decisions, and that is what you see as you look at that picture there from the data review. This is Travis Elementary here, and this is the principal working with his team there of teachers, and what they were doing was deciding how they were going to present their data, because on Thursday, August 1st, every school got an opportunity to share their plans with the rest of their staff. And what was really just exciting, I got to visit a couple schools, and it was teachers in front of their peers presenting their plans. It wasn't the principal, it wasn't the assistant principal, our teachers were there, and that's exactly how we continue to develop them, is by giving them those opportunities. And that's part of the clarified next steps and expectations, was that they would continue to present that. One other piece to note with our professional learning, campuses do have decision-making when it comes to things that they want to attend. For example, Rodriguez took K2 teachers to Elevate Up training, which was a great way to set a foundational level for engagement in K2 classrooms. We had Crockett, for example, I know they went to a technology, how to infuse technology into the learning classroom. So while we do have district mandates when it comes to professional learning, we also encourage our campuses to seek out opportunities that they feel are best for their teachers as well, and engage in those along the way. So many of these trainings that I've highlighted here are ongoing, because we don't believe in one-time trainings, and so this is something that we will be seeing throughout the year, and you'll hear more about it as principals are presenting their campus improvement plans over the course of the next 2 months.
Any questions for Dr. Sanders? Sounds like it was a great start to the school year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now I believe Ms. Nash is going to give us the accountability update.
Hi there. Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Halsey. I'm here with an accountability update, not as detailed as I would like for it to be. We've had another hiccup with receiving scores that we will get into, but let's get going. Here we go. So this evening we'll be looking at an update of the 2023 accountability, 2024 accountability, and then I'll be sharing the actual STAR and EOC assessment data that was from this previous spring. 2023 scores are still under pending litigation, meaning A through F scores have not been released, so we're now a year past when we should have received A through F scores for then. And it's still ongoing. There's no update on when we may or may not receive these scores. So at this point, I think we've all kind of moved past what these scores would have been, because at this point, you know, it's a letter grade that's going to be associated with our schools. But the students have moved on to other campuses, our administrators have come in and changed. So really at this point, it's a piece of data we would like to see growth from the 2022 school year. And then keep in mind also, the 2023 year was the year that the A through F framework was completely shifted around. So we were given these 2022 what-if scores. And this was the 2022 data that was run through that 2023 framework, so that once the 2023 scores were released, we'd have a comparison point, because we should not compare our 23 or the 24 framework A through F scores to the previous accountability system, because the system was so drastically changed. I cannot stress that enough. When and if new scores are released, we should not compare to the old 22 and prior A through F scores. The hope is that when the new scores are updated, that the what-if scores will be published on the txschools.gov website, so that everyone, public included, will have what is that new comparison point to go off of. Looking forward to the 2024 accountability, scores were supposed to have been released on Tuesday of last week to the district, and then on Thursday to the public. but a temporary restraining order was issued on Monday afternoon late, which is currently prohibiting the release of the A through F scores. There is a hearing scheduled for August the 26th, but it's uncertain what will come of the hearing. It may or may not be any information regarding the actual scores or just a follow-up with more hearings later on. And the big issue for the 2024 accountability is the use of that automated scoring engine on the RLA assessments. That was that computerized scoring engine where not every single student essay, if you will, was read by a human grader like it had been in years past. So II.A. implemented this ASE, and that's what is the root of the new litigation, the new lawsuit for the 2024 scores.
Can you, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Can you tell us how we were affected by that? Because I looked and I could see my kid's score, so I know that at least one child got a score from the automatic
Yes,
grading.
everyone received a score, but there were discrepancies with the scores. There were a very large number of students statewide that received a 0 for their short constructed response or their extended constructed response. But then when you actually read what the student had typed out, because we've now received the PDF of what every single student submitted on these, it raises some questions of how did that student not earn a single point, because they're citing the text, they're bringing in details, they're pulling in things, clear strategies. You can see they're using sentence starters, they're using transitional words and phrases. How are they not getting a single point? It may not be as clearly developed as you would hope for it to be, but to receive a 0 out of 10 possible points is very alarming. And statewide, the majority of kids, if you look at the breakdown of the 0 through 10, there's a large number of kids that had 0 points and very few who had 5 points or higher.
But did that happen to us, is what I want to know?
Yes,
Yeah.
statewide it's a trend. So it's definitely something that we are happy to have it be reviewed further to see, are these scores done by the automated scoring engine accurate as they really should be. So, but moving forward, we'll share what we do have. We do have our campus comparison groups for the 2024 school year. And I actually included in your board books following my presentation, you have a page for each of the campuses that contain their 40 comparison groups. And these groups are what's used by the state to compare the schools to one another. And just like last year, none of our schools are on each other's comparison groups. So even though we have 7 elementaries right here within 3 to 4 miles of each other, none of them are statistically similar enough that they landed on the 40 closest schools when you look across enrollment numbers, economic disadvantaged populations, emergent bilinguals, mobility rates, and students receiving special ed services. Those are the factors that are used by the state with a very long, complicated formula to find those 40 closest comparison schools. So this is an eye-opener, and once again, the state does not compare our schools to one another, so please keep that in mind when we are looking at our own scores compared to one another in the district. Certain campuses should always do better than others based on the different demographics that we have. Every campus we would hope is showing growth, yes, but they have very different groups of students. So that is something that I will not be sharing campus-specific data this evening. That will be something the principals will bring back to the board in subsequent board meetings and agenda prep meetings. But I just like this to be a framework that you have in front of you, our total enrollment, and then how our different campuses are impacted by these different student population groups. And then on that very last column is the overall weight that a campus counts towards the overall district A through F score. This is another component of accountability that is new for last year and then also for this year. And that weight comes from the enrollment of students from grades 3 through 12. So some of our elementaries have a very similar enrollment number overall, but if they have very high numbers in those upper grades, they count for more than some of our campuses that maybe have those high numbers in the lower grades. So you will see some discrepancies on, like Mendez, for example, has 540 students. They're at 4%. Travis has 470 students. They're also weighted at 4%. It's because of that discrepancy between the enrollment by grade level. As far as the A through F framework goes, this is a graphic I've shown several times through different presentations. The actual framework of A through F has not changed, which is one thing that is reassuring. It's still the same components going into A through F. It's just a matter of how they're calculating the scores that is up for contest right now. But once again, for elementary and middle school, it is looking at STAR performance, academic growth, and then also looking at the TELPUS EL proficiency measure does get included as well. And then for high school, the same framework from last year, looking at STAR performance, CCMR, our grad rate, and also the EL proficiency measure gets brought in as well. So the one nice piece about accountability is that if the manual's been approved, And there are no changes for this current school year, if we can just get all the lawsuits to settle and figure out where we're heading from there. Here's a graph that may be harder to see up on the screen, but in your board books you have this as well. This is looking at our results for the last 2 years at the meets level, not approaches. We're looking at the meets level because if students score at the meets level, it means they're able to be successful in the next school year with very little intervention required. As new topics are introduced, then they may have some need for that small group pullout, but not the extent that a student at the approaches level has. So looking at our scores for our students for 2023 and 2024, you can see that in almost every single area, our students have gone up. Our students have improved. And that is with, for the RLA, this new scoring engine coming in and impacting how students were graded on the essay component, which is 10% of their overall grade. Some highlights you can see, looking down at social studies, went up by 6 percentage points at the 8th grade level. We have algebra going up 9 percentage points at the meets level. English 2 is up 7 percentage points. Reading at 6th grade has been another big focus. We know that statewide there's a big dip from 5th grade reading to 6th grade reading, and we went up 5 percentage points. And once again, this is at the district level. So campus by campus, there are even further celebrations that will be very apparent when the campuses are able to present. So this is the San Marcos data, and here is the state data. While we are still below the state average, we are making growth at a rate that exceeds what the state is growing at. So there's still work to be done, but we are definitely going in the right direction, and this is clear data that supports that. And then this last column just shows the difference in growth between us versus the state. There are only 3 areas in which the state outperformed the district in growth from going from meets to meets. So overall, we do have things to share that we're able to be proud about, even without having those A through F scores official. Going further is where I'm bringing up our elementary STAR scores. I've pulled the last 3 years of student data. This is coming back out of COVID. The black bar graph is 2022. And then the new STAR and the new accountability framework was introduced in 2023. Reminder, that's when we have the new item types. It's no longer just a straight test of multiple choice questions. So the test did change. And for RLA, 2023 is when reading and writing TEKS were both assessed for the first time. So we were expecting a dip due to that as well. But even looking here, you can see how we have done as a district compared to the state at the approaches, meets, and masters level, and positive progress that is being made. And then here's 4th grade reading. Same thing, you can see the trends, and even at the approaches level, we went up, several percentage points up at the meets, and then up a little bit at the masters. And then 5th grade RLA. There were some negative trends in 5th grade, but that was apparent across the state as well. Going over to math. This is an area that 3rd grade math meets percentages. Great to see it going up when the state went down, actually. We're definitely making progress in the right direction there. 4th grade math. And then 5th grade math. 5th grade science was an area that definitely took a hit across the whole state, our district included. That one is tough. Those kiddos, the science test does count essentially for 1/7 of a campus's overall A through F rating with how it's factored in. So it's definitely a component. We've got to make sure we've got that strong science curriculum for our elementary students as well. And we do have new science TEKS that are being rolled out this year. So there's even a heavier focus to make sure we're understanding what is being taught at each grade level and how that's going to be assessed. So there's an extra focus on science as well. Going over to middle school. 6th grade RLA, that's where we had that big jump at the meets level. And also you can see at the master's level, it jumped by 4 percentage points for masters. And this is with 10 percentage points being up in the air with the automated scoring engine. 7th grade RLA. And then 8th grade RLA. Another very significant jump at the master's level. Going over to math, Sixth grade math we have. This is another year. The sixth grade math track has been 2 years ago. It was only the students in sixth grade math who were on the advanced classes took actually the seventh grade star. So the 2022 data is slightly skewed because of that. The past 2 years, the entire grade level at sixth grade took the sixth grade star. Seventh grade math is not included on here. We have such a small number of students who actually wind up taking it. I believe this last year it was 10 students or less who wound up actually taking it. The students who take the seventh grade math are usually our students that are in the resource sections receiving special education services, or students who move to San Marcos very late in the semester as seventh graders who have been taking seventh grade math at their previous district, so they need to continue. With those late move-ins, though, they don't count on our accountability since they were not with us due to snapshot. So that's why I omitted the seventh grade math chart. Then here is eighth grade math. The eighth grade math chart, this is going to comprise of mainly our grade level seventh graders who for this past year had 2 periods of math in their schedules in order to be able to have a better time to understand and fully learn the seventh grade and eighth grade TEKS. And then also our eighth grade geometry students take the grade 8 math test as there is no geometry EOC. Moving on to eighth grade social studies. This is a big celebration because we are just right at the state average for the meets and master's level for social studies. And this is an area that in past years has been well below that. So this is very much an area that is a huge success. And if anyone's ever looked at that eighth grade social studies test, it is an extremely difficult test. So great job to those teachers and the instructional coaches that have helped us make this happen. Eighth grade science, slight dips across the board. Another one of those that eighth grade, we've got to make sure we understand which TEKS are going to be assessed this year with the change in the TEKS to make sure our teachers have the materials needed and the students have the chance to be exposed to the new curriculum and content. Switching into our end of course exams. Algebra, of course, does include both middle schools and the high school. And there you'll see the really big jump at the meets level and also the master's level for San Marcos. The master's level is double from that of last year, and the meets level went up a total of 9 percentage points. So a lot of great work is happening with our algebra, and we know our students who are currently 8th graders in algebra this year were those kids who last year had 2 periods of that math class to have a better foundation. So we're optimistic that this upcoming year's scores will be just as high, if not higher, with the framework changes that have been made. English 1 EOC. We have some growth at the meets level and also the masters. Once again, we recognize we're still below the state averages, but we're making growth in the right direction, and our graphs are trending upwards. English 2 EOC, and once again, another very big jump at the meets level. We have our biology EOC. And lastly, our U.S. history. This is another one where we've been very close to the state average for approaches similar to meets and a little bit below on masters, but trending upwards. So the next steps, like I said, campus principals will be presenting their own campus-specific data, their celebrations, and their areas of focus for improvement moving forward at subsequent board meetings. Also the agenda prep meetings to make sure we can get them cycled through in a timely manner so we're able to see the data of all of the campuses that we have. Once again, certain campuses have great celebrations to share. That's definitely for them to share with you all, but those will be there. And then if and when the 2024 accountability is released, hopefully that is something that we can circle back in and provide an update, and hopefully also have the campus principals share out their district distinctions if any of our campuses receive those as well. That's another piece that's been missing from 2023 because those distinctions are tied directly to that A through F accountability. So, are there any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next is the presentation on grading guidelines.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Cardona. James Nevada's Executive Director of Academic Services, and I'm joined by our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Monica Valadez, and our Director of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction, Ms. Lacey Odom Mariaski. Tonight we'll be going over our 2024-2025 grading guidelines. The grading guidelines look a lot different than they have in years past. We've combined both elementary and secondary grading guidelines into one aligned document to ensure that we have more consistency and coherence across grade levels. So since the summer of last year, we've gathered and reviewed feedback from parents on the clarity of grading guidelines. In addition to that, every assistant principal and every principal has participated in a collaborative half-day session where we reviewed content from previous grading guidelines, discussed changes to the grading guidelines. They provided input on this document. So the majority of the changes that you'll see here tonight, the document that you have in your board book, are a direct result of that collaborative effort. The intent of the grading guidelines is to really outline the structures and processes that clearly, accurately, consistently, and fairly communicate learning progress and achievement to both students and families. The graphic that you see on the right-hand side is from our instructional framework that was presented at our instructional leadership symposium in June. It's really our cycle of continuous instructional improvement. So, teachers plan, they internalize, they instruct, they differentiate instruction, they assess student learning, they provide feedback, and then they reflect, and that process kind of continues over and over. So it's important for us to show the connection between the instructional framework and the grading guidelines, because the structures of the grading guidelines are embedded within that cycle, and that cycle contributes to students' mastery of content. So the next 3 or 4 slides will touch on the areas of the grading guidelines that have had the most attention for this year, and those are interim progress reports and report card schedules, and then a breakdown at both elementary and secondary level of number of assignments. In addition to the look and feel of the document is a lot different than it has been in the years past. So one of the key changes you'll find now is a very comprehensive schedule for interim progress reports and report cards. I think that's located beginning on page 7 of the grading guidelines and continues through page 9. The schedule provides clear period end dates for each IPR or interim progress report and report card. In addition, we've included specific dates for when grades will be posted in Home Access Center for students and parents to have access to that information. And this change directly addresses the feedback that we received from parents about the need for a more timely and accessible grade information. So this slide will show you a breakdown of the minimum assignment requirements for elementary grades 2 through 5. And when I say assignments, I mean anything that could be considered an assignment, an exit ticket, an assessment, anything of that nature. The first 2 columns show content area and minute breakdown for each one of those content areas, and then in the section labeled per 9 weeks, this is where the grading guidelines comes into effect, showing total number of assignments for each one of those content areas and how many of those assignments should be done independently. So for both reading, language arts, and math, we have total number of assignments over a 9-week period being 9, and then 3 of those being done independently by students. For both science and social studies, 5 total number of assignments over the 9-week period at a minimum, and 2 of those being done independently. For secondary, grades 6 through 12, it looks a little bit different. It's structured based off of 2 categories, formative and summative. The distinction here is pretty crucial for both teachers and students. Formative assignments or formative assessments help gauge ongoing progress and guide instruction, while summative assignments assess overall mastery over a period of time. So the breakdown for IPRs and report cards is 40% of the grade is specific to formative assignments and assessments, and 60% summative. The minimum number of assignments per IPR, 3 formative and 1 summative, and over the course of a 9-week period, we'll have 9 formative assignments or assessments combination of those, and 3, summative. By providing clearer guidelines on these different assignment and assessment types, we're aiming to create a more transparent structure for assessing learning and for students to be able to master the content.
Questions?
One more slide, if I may.
Sorry.
The increased focus on mastery really is at the heart of all the conversations, the collaborations that we've had with principals and assistant principals, and that concept is central to the changes that were made for a more comprehensive view of student mastery of content. By emphasizing mastery, we're ensuring alignment with the instructional framework that showed in slide 2, with our grading practices and our overall grading posture. Mastery is not a function of genius or talent, but a function of time invested and focus applied. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for this work. I think as a parent, this is really helpful, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Human Resources.
Awesome. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Cardona. I'm Stephanie Munoz, Chief of Human Resources. And with me today, I have our Executive Director of Human Resources, Claudia Peterson. She'll give you some staffing updates. Our Director of Talent Acquisition, Ms. Beth Cantu, who will give you some information about our residency program. And our new Director of Student Services, Dr. Cole, he'll be going over our student code of conduct and also talking through our grievance process. So HR updates, we'll be talking about how we're supporting and retaining our pre-service and new teachers, our staffing updates and grievance and student code of conduct.
All right, good evening, President Halsey, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Cardona. I'm going to speak to some of San Marcos CISD's efforts in recruiting, growing, and retaining new and pre-service teachers. From this graphic, part of our recruitment efforts focuses on growing our own through our Texas State Teacher Residency Program, our traditional student teachers, and our San Marcos High School Teaching and Training Student Program, which is a pipeline for our high school students into the teaching profession. To support and develop our staff new to the profession and new to the district, staff participate in New Teacher Academy, which is a very structured meeting time throughout the year to provide training, collaboration, and build a foundation for effective teaching practices. Our Texas State residents have also been invited to participate in our New Teacher Academy. To review our Texas State resident program, we have hit the ground running with our 4th year of our partnership with Texas State and the residency program. The residency program differs from traditional student teaching in that it is a year-long placement with the same teacher instead of 14 weeks. This year we have onboarded 35 residents, and they currently are placed at Crockett Elementary School, Mendez Elementary School, Goodnight Middle School, Miller Middle School, and San Marcos High School. We continue to be able to grow the Texas State Residency Program due to the Texas Strategic Staffing Grant we were awarded. We were one of 25 districts who received this grant. We will collaborate with II.A, Texas State, and Region 13 to further enhance our residency program, ensuring that pre-service teachers receive a rigorous experience to effectively support their transition into the classroom. Several Texas school districts have reached out to learn about our residency program, and we are considered a model district for this pre-service structure. We would like to cordially invite you on Friday, September 6th to our new teacher and resident tailgate. This event supports teacher retention and celebrating the start of the school year and welcoming our new teachers and residents to San Marcos CISD. We will have burgers and celebrate the community. It is from 6:15 to 7:15 in the end zone, and we hope that you'll be able to join us.
Good evening. I'm Claudia Peterson, the Executive Director of HR, and this evening I'll go over a staffing update. As of today, we currently have 8 instructional teaching positions vacant, and 6 of those are specifically under our special education department, so those are our special ed teachers. Currently, our HR office is working closely with our admin team in help supporting those classrooms. For example, in our traditional student teacher university placements, we have approximately 10 students who will be graduating this December, and they will be certified in special education. So our goal is to hopefully fill these vacant positions specifically in special ed with our student graduates here in the fall. This year, we're focused on an internal pathway for our degreed instructional aides, and we're proud to announce that we promoted 11 instructional assistants within our district into a teacher position, and they're currently enrolled in a certification program. This is big, not compared to the years past where we've not have a big movement here, but as we're focused on these pipelines, then that's what we're wanting to do, is move into a pathway for instructional assistance. So I'm going to have Beth Cantu come back up here and just talk a little bit more about what those additional supports look like in the classroom.
So as part of our recruitment efforts, we held an orientation with our Texas State student teachers on August 9th and really laid out the Rattler Way, and it really began our relationship with those teachers to potentially be able to hire them moving forward. 10 of those student teachers have a background or want to pursue special education. So my plan is to visit campuses, talk with the student teachers, and really start that recruitment conversation with them.
So this year, our Director of Student Services, who will be supporting our F&G local policy for grievances, and then of course, DGBA is handled with the personnel HR office. So a change to our structure of our HR department is we will be taking in both student and employee grievances. And so to walk you through the informal and then the formal process is our new Director of Student Services, Dr. Cole.
Good evening. So one of the first things that we want to do when a parent or an employee wants to file a grievance is we want to have that informal conversation. So when the principal gets the call or I get the call, we want to say, have you talked to the teacher? Have you talked to the principal? So we want to do that open line of communication first. We want to have the open door policy with teachers, with central office administrators, and with principals. So that is what we call the informal process, and that's what we really want to focus on this year so that parents and students, employees can make sure they're being heard. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Peterson, and she's going to talk more about the formal process.
So as you'll see here, this chart on the right that states San Marcos CISD grievance process, that is on our website. When employees go into our SMCISD website, if they go to the HR department, or if they go under the parent-student section and they want to, read upon all the steps that must be followed when a grievance is filed. As Dr. Cole explained, the informal process is so that we can try to resolve things at the lower level before we go into a grievance procedure. So in this box and chart, we have everything on the left that's going to be specifically for employees, which is our DGBA local, and then our F&G is going to be specifically speaking to our students and parents who wish to file a grievance. So in the DGBA, as you click on these hyperlinks, it's going to take you through the steps of what that looks like. We try to make it as very descriptive. We updated this, as a matter of fact, last year to make sure that it was very clear on our website. And those steps will let you know in the event that you didn't resolve something on the left here informally, then you would want to go to a level 1. So these links will provide you not only to these policies, it'll provide you the actual form. It'll let you know that it will be assigned to the lowest level administrator. Internally, those grievances are sent as Ms. Munoz described. It is sent to our HR department, and Ms. Munoz, the chief of HR, is assigned to designate who that level 1 hearing officer will be. And through those timelines, which we do have specific timelines that are referenced in there. For example, you have 15 days to file a grievance if you disagreed with an outcome, and then in turn, a level 1 hearing will be set. That level 1 hearing officer will reach out to you within 10 days, set that meeting, and after that meeting, it will be a total of up to 10 days for that level 1 hearing officer to respond. These are all business days. We don't include holidays, weekends, and non-district days or closure days. Through that process, if the grievant is not satisfied with level 1, they do have the right within 10 days from receiving the level 1 response to file a level 2. Same process, it gets submitted to the HR department. Again, chief of HR will designate who that level 2 hearing officer is, and then we'll follow the same deadlines and steps in setting up the meeting and then responding in writing. The final step to this grievance procedure is going to be level 3, which will be at the board level, and that is submitted to the superintendent's office, and it will be shared with the board, and the grievant will receive written notice that it will be set at the scheduled board meeting and given that date so that they know that it will be heard at the level 3 board level. So all those steps are in there of what that looks like, both on the employee and the student, parent side of the house. And other than that, that's it. Okay.
All right, the next one is on our student code of conduct. So Dr. Cole will be presenting updates.
So for our student code of conduct, for this upcoming year, there is a difference that we really wanted to spell out to the community as well as the employees of the district. And that is called FOC local. And that is with student discipline. And this is with placement and DAEP. There is a difference between a grievance and a discipline appeal. And that's why we put the FOC local in the student code of conduct. So if a parent wants to appeal a discipline decision, it is level 1, they go to the campus principal. Then if the parent if not satisfied with that ruling, then they go to level 2, which is the superintendent's designee, which is me, the director of student services. So the big thing here too, which we want to clarify, the level 2, it stops there. It is final. It does not go to the board. The grievance, it goes to the board, where a DAEP appeal, there is level 1 and level 2, and that's the biggest difference in the student code of conduct for this upcoming school year. Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I think clarifying that, especially on the website where it's accessible to everybody, is really helpful and will go a long way. Thank you. Should we take a quick break, or you guys? Let's do a 5-minute break. Sorry. Thank you. 5-minute break, 7:52. All right, reconvening at 7:57. Mr. Sanders, sorry, Sandoval.
Sandoval.
Sorry, Sandoval. It's been a long week.
It's okay.
It's Monday.
I know.
They call him.
I've been called a whole lot worse, Ms. Halsey. So good evening, Board President Halsey, Board of Trustees. Tonight's operations update is a presentation on the schematic design for the additions and renovations project here at San Marcos High School as part of the 2023 bond. As y'all recall, there's several steps in this whole construction process. It's the schematic design, which you're going to see tonight, and then we'll come back in a couple of months with design development for approval, and then finally, once we get it out to bid for the guaranteed maximum price for the project. I do plan to give you all a construction update next, probably at the special board meeting. I know a lot of focus at this board meeting is on academics and everything that's going on there, so we'll probably use that time. I am going to send you all an email this week. We had a meeting last Friday on the natatorium. We got a new design, and we got it closer to the budget where we need to be, and I think you're going to like what we see. So I'll send an email, and then at the meeting, at special board meeting in September, I'll answer any questions y'all might have. So we have our partners, VII.A Architects, who's on this project. I'm going to turn it over to Julie Zitter and Barry and their team. Appreciate y'all being here. So.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Cardona. It's good to see you all again. So like Bernie said, my name is Julie Zitter. I'm a principal at the company, VII.A. For this project, I'm the project director, and next to me is Barry, who you met last time. And we have a couple of other team members in the audience as well. So by way of our agenda tonight, we've got a quick introduction and the actual presentation itself, followed by next steps. Definitely want to acknowledge all of you who have helped shape and form and provide some valuable input to get us to where we are today, including the new principal, so we appreciate all of her feedback too. We can't do it alone. It's not just VII.A Architects, it's also our consultant team as well. So we have a strong group in line as well. And we also have our construction manager at risk, Satterfield and Ponticas, who's been working alongside us as well. Just a quick summary. Obviously, you guys all passed a very successful bond in May, which it was inclusive of the high school. It was a very broad bond related to additions and renovations. But the project goals have since been identified. Barry went into that in strong detail last time. But just to further remind you, we're touching all the fine arts programs. We're not only doing new classrooms, but we're including science as well and related prep rooms. Special education has gotten a really big focus as part of that. You have a big population here that has a lot of needs. In addition to the enhancements of those departments come some site updates, respectively, but also just to improve your overall traffic flow for a very busy high school. Your administration suite, I think last time it was indicated that it was going to be an addition, but we have since come around and we're only going to be doing a renovation to support those needs. So we'll get into that specifically. And maintaining some existing mechanical units. You know, this campus is since 2004, 2007, so it needs some improvement there, which we're going to be taking a look at. But long and short, all of it is going to be adhering to those goals, but maximizing your budget as much as possible. Mr. Underwood pulled me aside, and he's really excited to learn more tonight. And of course, following your core commitments, which a lot of your staff has already highlighted today. So on to the presentation. It is a combination of a lot of words, some great plans, and then some pretty renderings at the end. So like I mentioned, we're touching classrooms to support your growing capacity. So at a project of this magnitude, you're looking at renovation and additions. And renovation can be a light, medium, or a heavy touch. You can imagine a facility that's been here around a while, has some dust bunnies and other things, you know, crawling around there that we need to take a look at and refine. So yes, we're pursuing the goals of the project, but we're also going to enhance some things as well through part of that, seeing some of those skeletons in there. Fine arts, like I mentioned, is being touched, all the programs. It's a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle with those programs because they have a lot of needs. It's not just the practicing components, but it's also the storage, tons of storage that go along with that to make them functional. In addition, we have the theater program, which is very strong here. You've got obviously fantastic facilities to support that, but they can be enhanced. They can definitely be improved. And so that back of house area is going to drill down and get some necessary love there to make that even more functional. Finally, like I mentioned, the administration, there's a lot of things that can just be done in-house using the existing suite as it exists now. So we'll be taking a look at specifically the desk and how that functions, improving where attendance is occurring to make that a little bit more fluid as a result. So we don't need to go into a full addition. We want to put all the monies associated with the bond back into classrooms and the academic needs. And that was really by virtue of meeting with a lot of your end users that helped to determine that. That wasn't VLK's voice getting in the way. Finally, site work. These are things that need to be enhanced just to support the expansion of those programs. So you'll see on the site plan, it's basically all the appendages, where we're tacking on things, in addition to enhancing the flow currently that's underway. I know some of those improvements Bernie and his team already did. They added some fencing to make it safer for the students to come across the street there, and so we'll just improving upon building off of that. All right, like I mentioned, site plans and plans coming up here. So this is just an overall footprint of your site. The things obviously that have color in there are the ones that we are touching. There's a lot of things depicted here, and I'll get into greater detail as we come around the site here. The first area that I'm going to mention is the fine arts wing. You can probably get your orientation quickly by seeing the stage there right in the middle. Anything, like I said, that's colored are things that we are touching. So we are doing a little bit of a Jenga and moving your existing groups down south, and then adding on a band hall at the bottom there, including a black box as part of the project. So with that comes a lot of renovation and new work. But what you're seeing here on the site plan is how we're achieving the new flow, the traffic flow. So basically that roundabout that exists now will need to be moved southbound to support that new addition. In addition, your band pad will basically be doing a 90-degree turn, taking over what's existing parking, and we'll be supplementing parking in different areas as indicated here. The flow path continues to be the same, so that really provides the queuing that you're going to need. And then we can also look at in times where you need to do required drop-offs and drop on materials that need to be unloaded, for example, for band and theater, that can be supported during the day, not necessarily during the major drop-off points. And then on the other side, if you can imagine where you have your credit union there with the ATM, we're tacking on to that for our classroom. I know Barry went into greater detail in May with you on that, but I wanted to highlight that as a result of our meetings with your special ed team, it was determined that putting that at the end of the building is a lot more supportive of that functionality, and provides a supportive drop-off for that population. So that is a big change in the plan than what you would have seen in May. So here we are moving a little bit deeper into the floor plans, getting out of the site plan. So again, everything that's shaded are the areas we're touching. So we're going to work left to right. You're going to see the administration, followed by the classroom to the right, and then bottom south is the fine arts. So the administration, like I mentioned, we're just going to stick with the existing suite as it is and do a little bit of refresh. So that would be carpet and paint and ceilings, lighting, as well a little bit of a different flow, specifically where that front desk is, including attendance, and we're making it a little bit bigger to support that as a result. So not too many changes there. The other adjacent area that's kind of rendered dark there, that's actually your existing SPED area, special needs area, but we're going to be turning that into in-school suspension and redeveloping that as a result. And then the existing areas in the front there, just south of that dark area, that's again special needs, but that is being renovated to support conference rooms and offices. And then just moving further down the corridor all the way to the end of the building, this is where you're seeing science and special needs being supported here. So like I mentioned, we did meet with that group, and they have a strong population that continues to grow. And so as a result, we've given them some dedicated spaces that really will support the functionality of that group. You're seeing very large blocks of areas to support those needs, and then in between those areas are support spaces. So that way, there's a constant flow. So as people who are teaching and supporting, they can kind of go up and down the corridor and support each other as a result. So consolidating that into this location really improves their efficiency and touch on those kids, that they really need, as opposed to being all over the building currently. So that was something that we learned through our meetings with them. There is some work on the second floor. So not only are we supporting classrooms on the first floor, but also upstairs, and so that's all hatched in blue. And then, like I mentioned, we have those other areas that were formerly special education. Those are going to be backfilled into classrooms, so they will get a little bit of a heavier renovation as a result. So that way, all the core classes are together, all the science classes. It's really supportive of each respective department. And keeps them close together. Finally, I'm going to touch on fine arts. So this is obviously the other opposite end, just continuing to work off of where it is currently in plan. Like I mentioned, we're just going to continue to move all of those departments further southbound, and then resulting in a new band hall. That seemed to be the program that had the biggest footprint and the biggest need. So it kind of nicely worked out that mariachi and choir and orchestra, just basically took over the former spaces of those other needs to support the addition on the bottom. Black box is also shown. That's the one that's kind of pinching into the current roundabout there. That was also an instructional need that we learned. So now on to some renderings to help. If you can't read floor plans, then you can read 3 dimensions. So this is just another way to help us illustrate where we're adding on. So you've got specifically the classroom addition on the far left, again with that new ACL, or special education drop-off for that population. And that would be a 2-story support on the back there. And then administration, like I mentioned, that's no addition, just changing within the suite, how to enhance that. So that's just basically an interior renovation. And then finally, the band hall, you can start to see now how it's extruding out and why we need to move that rotary as a result to make that function properly. And we've got a couple more. That gets you a little bit closer to that band hall and black box, so you can start to visualize the spaces. It's not just 2-dimensional spaces or spaces like we're in now, but really 3D volumes that we need to support to enhance that black box. We're working directly with those end users to best understand how to teach that so they're effective for the students, and probably encourage them to stay within the industry as a result of what they're learning. But this would support a brand new events entry and identify as a place of arrival, for when you do have performing arts events after school. So there's a nice opportunity there to really exploit your program publicly as well. And the band hall, like you can see, it's an additional volume that's getting included there. And this would be very similar architecture that's currently existing on site. The black box, as you can tell, it's a little bit of a jewel, but that's by design so that people know where to arrive. Just one other additional rendering just to support that and how that kind of blends in. The visual on the left behind the truck there, that's where the band would be, and so you can see how it just kind of blends in with the existing building. And then, like I mentioned, the black box theater, and that would be a naming opportunity perhaps for somebody who's with the drama program. And this is just a kind of a night shot just to show you how that would look like. So this is basically a metal panel system, so it is very functional and economical. It's well lit, so people feel safe, you know, when students are coming in late or arriving early. So thinking about that procedure as well. And then finally, we've got the classroom on the other side. This is meant to look like it was there forever. So again, we're looking at a 2-story volume. The reason it's not extending to the extent is that programmatically we don't need to at this point. So we're trying to maximize your budget here as a result. But, you know, being thoughtful about where we put those dollars. This also really demonstrates that new ACL, I keep saying ACL, but that's a facility within the special ed, where you have your special drop-off there, so that they feel protected and easily are admitted into the building. It has its own canopy to receive them, and that can better function for that team as a result. And then just here's one other visual, just more at ground level, that kind of illustrates the addition of the brick that's already on site. And just basically a continuation of what's already here. So in terms of next steps, we're here in fall of '24 seeking, I guess I should say end of summer, sorry, for schematic design approval. And then we'll come back in the fall for design development. But then following that, we have continuation of our development of our documents. But the benefit of the Satterfield and Ponticus, who's your construction manager at risk, we're dovetailing with those folks so that we can start to look at pricing and make sure that everything that we're drawing is in line with the budget. But we will be looking at special packages so that we can start to advance things quicker. For example, things that have long lead time items that we can make use of next summer, so we can get on this as early as next year. But it will be a phased operation, as you can understand, because it's existing conditions and facilities that exist now. We need to build new space so that we can make room, phase these folks out of the existing space into new space, and then backfill it when we're done. So it's probably going to be a couple summers worth of time to fully exploit all this. So with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Go ahead.
Thank you, President Halsey. Phenomenal job. Thank you for working with staff. I know this has gone through a couple of iterations with the administrative team and the community, and to see the almost final product of it on paper is very exciting. The one question that I did have, and it's highlighted in a couple of the live photographs. So obviously in the artist renderings, we have these big, beautiful, full-grown trees adjacent to San Marcos High School. I know that's not what's going to be there when the product is completed. I guess my question is, if you look at the landscaping at the high school, it's reminiscent of the Dust Bowl era in some places.
Yes.
And I would much rather have that conversation now of low maintenance but still attractive. That isn't something that, given the drought that we continue to be in, is something that the ISD would need to invest to maintain, which I'm thankful that our facilities and maintenance staff have said we're not going to dump hundreds of thousands of gallons of water into this to make it look nice, because of all the things we need to be doing. It's not that. And so I guess my question is there any part of this in that conversation happening of what landscaping can look like that is low maintenance, still visually appealing, but that I don't have to wash my shoes after walking through?
Yes, absolutely.
From
That is definitely part of the process, and you could flip the script, and so when you guys do get into torrential rains, it creates a mud bath, because it's just, there's no grass. So those two things have to work together to make sure that we're satisfying when there's no water and there's no irrigation, and then when it does have this torrential rain, because it seems to come at such a clip nowadays, what do you do to avoid having that mud circumstance? So that is definitely something that we're going to be looking at in terms of drainage. We have to look at impervious cover as well, to make sure that we're aligned with that as part of the additions and the amount of pavement that's out here. But yeah, we're definitely cognizant of trying not to create more maintenance unnecessarily.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
My question is actually along the same lines. I think this looks terrific, and I also appreciate the incorporation of staff feedback. I'm wondering about the entrance to the Performing Arts Center, if there is a way to cost-effectively better signify that it is a performing arts center, if that makes sense. I think if you look at like the Texas State Performing Arts Center, right, you wouldn't confuse that for being the business school. If you look at the Performing Arts Center at Hayes CISD, it's very well marked as this is the Performing Arts Center. I think of performance arts centers like the Guthrie Museum, the Guthrie Performing Arts Center in Minneapolis that has the exterior, has this amazing facade where you see implements of the plays that are produced therein. And I know that we don't have the funds to get, kaleidoscopically out there in terms of architectural renderings that we might like to see, right, in that way. But I think if there are creative ways that we can incorporate more of that visual art and architecture into that entrance in subtle and smaller ways.
I think we're on the same wavelength because we intended for this to be a bit of a jewel, which is why it has the different materiality. It has a lot of the purple, to really reinforce the district. It's well lit. There's branding opportunities as you approach the building. So I think we're in lockstep there. So we'll continue to refine it.
Even at Mendez, we're using the murals at Mendez in the design. And so something like that, especially if it came from the community, was student-focused, student-driven, I think would be terrific. So.
Thank you, Ms. Halsey. My last comment is in regards to the front entryway of the high school.
The existing?
So, excuse me?
The existing entry?
Yes, ma'am. I saw it walking in today prior to this evening's board meeting. We had a young lady who's sitting in that kind of glass box area trying to avoid the heat. I know when I was a student here a while ago that, you'd have students who try and hide behind those brick monument pillars to kind of, shield themselves from the elements. And I fundamentally believe like how we treat our students is a reflection of like kind of our values. And I guess my biggest concern or frustration is we kind of let them go out into the elements at 3:55, right? So I don't know if in like an alternative proposal or if there's excess funds that we can look at, canopies or awnings or something like that we have at our other campuses for that pickup and drop off area. And I'm appreciative of the administrative staff now who have allowed students to congregate inside and do that. But separate from that, if need be, if our students have to be out there waiting for transportation, I'd like to see some type of protective covering for them. So I know we can't hash that out tonight, but I would love to see that in the conversation and moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, we're moving, the next item is the approval of the consent agenda items, which include the approval of minutes for regularly scheduled board meeting on June 17th, 2024, and the special board meeting on August 5th, 2024, the acceptance of certified T-test appraisers for San Marcos CISD, the consideration of and possible action on open records of 10 blackout dates, and the quarterly and annual investment report. Is there a motion?
I'll make that.
Ms. Kane made a motion to
Approve the
consent
agenda items. I'll do the second.
Seconded by Ms. Cantu. Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That carries 7-0. Item 7 is first the consideration of TASB Board of Directors endorsement. Ms. Villalpando?
I'd like to make a motion that we nominate Brian Halsbeck, who is a member of our Central Texas Board of Trustees. I mean, some of us know him personally.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, the nomination of Brian Halsbeck by Ms. Villalpando, seconded by Ms. Cantu. Any questions? We have 2 candidates that have been that have approached us. I believe we can just nominate one. The conversation. I know Mr. Halsbeck has been very vocal about the need for the state to release funding to the school district, and I appreciate that very much, that advocacy. So, right. All in favor of that nomination, please raise your hand. And opposed? That carries 7-0. Next, we are to discuss and possibly act on the academic audit that we had previously discussed. This came up because of the new budget information that we have and the need to be mindful of that budget expenditure. Previously, we had talked with the cabinet and the superintendent about using the existing audits and then supplementing that. So can you give us a refresher on what we were going to do, and if you have a recommendation on what we should do instead or what we might be thinking about?
Got a crossing of chiefs, I think.
So previously, we had looked at having an audit conducted, and we're looking at Region 13 just because of the nature that they're very familiar with the services that we provide in San Marcos. We work very closely with them. But due to the budget, we did start having conversations about how can we utilize some of the data that already exists and be able to implement some of the recommendations based on that. For example, special education is one of our major areas that we're focused on this year, and we do have data that we have a corrective action in some of the areas that have been identified through the audit, and as part of the corrective action we're already putting into place. For example, one of the areas that we're really providing additional training to our staff is around co-teach, which means that, making sure that when there are 2 teachers in the classroom, you would expect better outcomes for all of our students. And so historically, not only in San Marcos, in many other districts, you have not seen the outcomes that you would expect when you have 2 certified educators in the room. So we've really been going through training so that we can learn how better to utilize those 2 individuals. So that's just one of the areas that I would say, given the existing data, we have a major need in special education, and we can utilize that to make some of the changes that have been identified through that audit.
I mean, I think, personally speaking, I knew that we were doing the special ed audit, and I think that's really great, and that I don't think we would need to re-audit that, right? I don't think that was what the board had intended. And we also discussed that we have areas where we've recently adopted curriculum, and right now we need to focus on implementing those curriculums that we've adopted, and those don't necessarily need an audit because those curriculums are going, vertically throughout all of the schools and laterally. They're built to be integrated, right? I think what I was concerned about are the things that we don't know necessarily, right? Like if we had an outside objective audit, that we then might see things in other areas, in our fine arts, in our music programs, in just our other non-new curriculum areas, that we might see areas for improvement. And personally, I thought it was a good idea to go with the Region 13 because I thought it was financially responsible. It seemed like it was a reasonable cost to pay for those services, and they are here, and they also understand like what other comparable districts are doing. And I would say that my feeling is that even though we need to make some budget cuts, that we don't want to cut the quality of the services that we are providing. And so I think that even when we have to make some cuts, that when we're looking at, improving our academics, that's not my first area to cut. So, but I did want to make sure that everybody had a chance to weigh in and to discuss this and to hear what administration was thinking.
We'll go with the direction of the board. We just had some academic presentations that for the first time show that typically pre-COVID, and Susan can validate me, and she will, that typically when we had data, state data, and it dropped 4 points, traditionally the district would drop 8 points. In almost every subject across the board, it was very rare that we didn't drop where the state dropped. And so now we have data that indicates that we are actually going against the state when they are dropping. So I think the instructional keys that we put into place 2 years ago that the board, some of y'all went through the training, stood behind, the training we're doing around code teaching, we believe will have some significant benefits. So we were wanting to see our system finally play. Like you see, our algebra data is good, right? It's going against what the state's going. There's some areas like science and social studies where we are investing in some supports for staff members. You could see some of the social studies, but this is the first time I can remember, and I've been here 9 years now, that the data actually is going against the state, which means the system is starting to work. The teachers are buying in. The curriculum we're using, while it's still hard to grapple with, teachers iterate every year and they get better and better every year. And as long as the state doesn't come in and mess with us, you're going to see growth again this year, because teachers figure it out intuitively as a group. They get together using the resources we provided them. And so, unless you want to see, like, I know we had talked about maybe GT and some of the advanced academic stuff, like maybe doing an audit focusing on some of those populations, or career technology. I think the core area we have good data on that we can present, to the board that shows, and we get support from Region 13 in the area of reading. We had, I forgot the name of the group, TNTP came in last year and gave us some information that we can provide to the board on some of their walks and things. We're in a good place, I think, and we're not where we want to be, but none of us want to get to 100%. None of us wants to think, which kid are we going to leave behind, right? We don't all think like that. We really want to do what's best. I think the systems as a whole are starting to work, and so maybe we need to refine, like, career technology, GT, and some of the areas that, we need to support some more. And that would, I think, we could ask Region 13, like, what's your advice on an audit for these particular areas? And can you come up and analyze this against, we got the 40 schools, right? We have the 40 state school, or the 40 schools around the state. Like, is it possible for them to give us an analysis on how we're doing? Like, we cannot compare to Dripping Springs.
Right.
But we need to compare to the 40 schools that look like us. And maybe we're doing better than some, and maybe we're not doing better than others, and then we can send teams out to see internally how we can better support our staff.
I think that would be helpful. I think the idea was to do a comprehensive audit to see, sort of take a big measure of where we are, or things that don't just measure on the STAR test, right? Like, that's one of the reasons last year we were looking at English language skills from K through SAT, PSAT scores, right? We wanted those bigger snapshots. And I think we want to do that comprehensively for all of our areas, because I think we are doing some things incredibly well, and there are other places where we can certainly improve. But again, we don't know what we don't know, right? And having that external perspective is helpful sometimes in identifying those things. So I would think that doing something like that with Region 13, saying that to them and having them look at the pieces that we do have, the parts that we already are implementing, and showing them that list of 40 schools and saying, help us figure out what else we need to examine. That would make sense to me, but again, I'm one voice, so I don't know where y'all are.
I agree. I think when we're talking about being concerned about the budget and the money that's not coming, we don't want to be pouring a huge chunk of that into something that is not supporting our students. And we do want to look at things besides academics, because there are a whole bunch of other supports that go into that. So I don't think our GT program is doing poorly, but if we found out, this is not actually accomplishing what we want it to accomplish, do we need to move some funding from there somewhere else, or do we need to put more funding in there to fix the problems that are there? I think that would be really helpful for us to know.
Ms. Halsey. Thank you, Ms. Halsey. I guess I agree. I don't know what I don't know, and I guess what I don't know is what the end product of an audit that I don't know what the product of the audit is going to give me, right? So if someone can come and say that we're going to get an audit that says it's going to identify we're not doing right in English language arts and we need to add more money or fix it, then great. Like, bring it on down. But I don't know if that's what, like, I guess saying I want this audit that's going to give me these things, in theory, right, sounds great. I just don't know if a vendor can provide it. And so that's what I'm curious of, is if someone from Region 13 comes and says, yeah, we can show you what's working and what's not working, or we can show you where you need to invest more money. Awesome. But also, why haven't we done it in the 9 years that I've been here? So I guess that's kind of where I am. I'm kind of indifferent, but also I don't want to impanel the administration to do an audit to tell me all these things, and then I get something back that cost us $100,000 and it doesn't give me any idea of where we might need to restructure funds or increase funding and academic support. So I guess that would be my, hopeful next step is, can we see what an audit would look like, or what the end product would be, or what the deliverable is? And then I can get behind that and say, okay, we're going to get this thing that shows us a menu of options to increase funding or reallocate or reprioritize or whatever that looks like. But I guess that's where I am.
And can I add to his? When we get a result from an audit, if it's going to cost us more money and we're already working with a deficit budget, then we would have to prioritize what we could afford to jump into, because from this year forward, we're going to have to really watch our spending. We want to improve in grades. We want to improve the whole child with the fine arts. And I feel like it's good when an outsider looks at what you have, but if they're going to give us some recommendations that are unrealistic and are going to be very costly, then we'd have to back down, and then it would be the waste of money having spent, because I'm sure they charge money to do this. So the big budget issue will be with us when whatever project we take on. And that's all I was going to say.
So maybe the best thing to do would be to ask y'all to have a conversation with Region 13 and have this conversation with them and see what makes sense and bring us an actual proposal.
And possibly, if they've done it obviously for other people, what does that end product look like when they've done it
Right.
for another
And what's the
district?
cost?
Because whatever the product will be, there will be a dollar amount assigned to it. It would
Implementing
And implementing the recommendations.
Yeah.
And this is the year that we're going to be very careful with our spending. Would be if they do an audit, that it would be someone similar to our, our situation, so that at least it would be comparable instead of something outlandish.
And just,
My opinion.
and just for the record, I said ELA, I don't have any rub against our language department. That was, I should say math. Math was not a good subject for me, but
Ms. Matiowski over
I'm not
there is
targeting anybody.
mean mugging you.
All right. Okay, so I think we're good there. We can move forward. We don't need action. I think we've given direction. Yes? Okay. Now we need to consider the approval of the grading guidelines. Is that a presentation?
We presented
That's
it.
based on the presentation already? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the grading guidelines as presented.
I'll second.
Motion
Go to
made by
Trustee
Mr.
Kane.
Shanks, seconded by Ms. Kane. Any questions, conversation? All in favor, please raise your hand.
Before we vote, I would like to suggest that they update the Board of Trustees to add Mr. Arredondo to it and delete Mary Salmi.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu.
And now we can vote.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That motion carries 7-0. And Human Resources, this is based on the presentation earlier. Are we getting another presentation on these items?
So update 123 was emailed to our Board of Trustees and is in your board book. So that is the first item, and just your approval.
Is there a motion?
I move that the board add, revise, or delete local policies as offered by TASB Policy Service for consideration and according to the instruction sheet for TASB Localized Policy Manual Update 123 with the changes as listed.
Motion made by Ms. Kane and seconded by Ms. Lopez. Are there questions on the motion? All in favor, Mr. Arredondo, sorry.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just want to be transparent. I'm not going to be voting in favor of the board policy updates just because they have updates that include things in response to the Reader Act that was passed by the Texas legislature, which obviously is a contentious law. And I just fundamentally don't agree with the things that II.A. has prescribed for ISDs. So.
And so I think we should be clear that these are measures that are implemented by II.A. regardless of what we do. That's, we have to vote to accept them because we have to, not because we choose to. I mean, in whatever way. Okay. Any other questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? 6-1. Next, the consideration and approval of 2024-2025 Student Code of Conduct as previously presented. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the 2024-2025 Student Code of Conduct as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Shanks and seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Are there questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? 7-0. Consideration and approval of policy adoption of VII.C local.
I move that we approve the policy adoption of VII.C local as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Shanks and seconded by Ms. Kane. Are there questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? 7-0. And finally, the consideration of approval for certification waiver for our bilingual classroom teacher. Could you please give us a rundown on that?
We currently have a certified or a teacher who's not yet fully certified in our dual language program, and so this waiver does allow additional time for that teacher to pass upcoming exams so that we can be in accordance with II.A.
Motion?
I move that the board approve the certification waiver to the Commissioner of Education for the 24-25 school year for the core subjects EC6 certification as presented by the administration.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Kane and seconded by Ms. Cantu. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0. Operations, the consideration and possible action on the architect's proposed schematic design for the 2023 Bond High School additions and renovations project. Mr. Arredondo.
Make a motion that we approve.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? 7-0. Consider adoption of the resolution to identify hazardous conditions within 2 miles of campus. Would you like to discuss this?
I certainly can, if you would give me just a couple moments. All right. Good evening, President Halsey, members of the board, and Dr. Cardona. My name is Anthony Shields. I'm the Director of Transportation. I will make this quick and easy for you. Each year, SMCISD Board of Trustees determines which routes in our district qualify as hazardous using the criteria in state law from II.A. The law states a hazardous condition exists where no walkway is provided and children must walk along or across a freeway, expressway, underpass, over a bridge, an uncontrolled major traffic artery, or commercial area. I am very pleased to announce we don't have any updates. The only thing that y'all will see in the next year is an updated map. The maps that we have for our hazardous routes are very outdated, and with our new system, we will present something that is a little bit more user-friendly and easy to read.
That's great news. Any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I learned this the hard way, and it was the ISD reaching out, working with the city to get like sidewalks constructed in a neighborhood, and realizing that that negates the hazardous designation, which then has like a counterbalance effect, which means we lose funds to transport kids. And anyway, all that to say, I say this every year as we, uniformly approve this. If we can continue to be proactive to work with the city as they implement their sidewalk implementation plan, and that they're cognizant that although doing something that I'm supportive of, and I think most folks is supportive of, it does have unfortunately negative consequences when it comes to financing for our transportation system. But other than that, thank you for your work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So those schools that have hazardous areas, we lose money on it. How do they calculate that?
So with the Transportation Allotment Fund through TEA, we only receive up to 10% funding for all hazardous routes. The only thing that we're really getting funding for are the students who are being transported 2 or more miles away from their campus, who live 2 or more miles away. And it's at a fixed rate now. It used to fluctuate depending on how efficient the program or the transportation department was, but it has since now been a fixed rate. I think it's $1 for regular students and $1.08 for special needs students.
And so they calculate how many kids are carried in a bus that's traveling through a hazardous
Correct.
area.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's subtracted from our transportation budget?
It is part of what we are allotted from TEA to transport all of the students. So it's not necessarily subtracted, it's what they're quote-unquote giving us for the students that we're transporting.
So then we send this report to TEA so that they can track us?
Yes, ma'am, every August 1st.
I mean, in some cases, we get more money, right? Because if a student lives like 1.5 miles away and can't walk because there are not sufficient sidewalks,
Correct.
then that gets counted toward an allocation
Correct.
that we wouldn't have had otherwise.
Our bread and butter from TEA for the route services report is actually going to be for the students that reside 2 or more miles away from their home campus. But we do get up to 10% of the hazardous, so the students that aren't living more than 2 miles away.
Mr. Adana?
Do we currently transport students who are within 2 miles?
We do.
Is that like a value of the ISD, or is that because the students need service? I'm just curious.
So most of the students that we transport within 2 miles all fall under those hazardous routes or hazardous miles. We are transporting way more than the 10% that we get funded for the hazardous miles, but it's in most cases the safest option.
I think it's because of the city's lack of a sidewalk plan
No,
that we have to do that,
And just to
frankly.
be crystal clear, I am very appreciative and supportive of the ISD's intentionality when it comes to transporting all of our students. I mean, compulsory attendance.
Very
We
true.
should provide access and transportation services. I understand that there's a dollar amount that coincides with that belief system, but again, I guess, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
From your list, you have every school except Bonham listed with hazardous.
So all of Bonham is technically considered hazardous because of where it's located, and everyone would have to cross over either
Okay.
123 or FM 621.
And the list is just of small areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you.
I have just a question on the high school one. So Cottonwood Creek is not hazardous, but then they have to cross 123, so
That makes
that
sense.
just changes the bus, where they get picked up by the bus then, right?
So,
We don't have
correct.
to go drive around Cottonwood Creek.
So technically, because there's a controlled artery right there off of 123, we can consider it to be a safe walk to school. However, we do transport those students.
Okay.
And so if like we ever worked with TxDOT or Hays County to like provide some robust safety improvement there, it would negate the funding?
That it would. We would not, potentially would not transport those students, but when you look at it, it wouldn't really make a difference in our 10% that we're allotted for hazardous
Okay.
routes.
Which is, what a broken system.
We all agree on that. Okay, any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
I
Motion to-
move that we adopt the resolution to identify hazardous conditions within 2 miles of a school campus as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Kane and seconded by Ms. Cantu. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doyle, the consideration and/or action to delegate contractual authority to the superintendent for the purchase of attendance credits. So wait, sorry, I just skipped over the Mendez. Sorry. Sorry. The consideration and possible action regarding the delivery method of construction for the Mendez Elementary School replacement project. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Redondo,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Cantu. All in favor? 7-0. Now, Mr. Doyle.
All right. On page 261 of your board book, you will see the action in front of you regarding the consideration agreement for the purchase of attendance credits from the state. Even though in May of '23 we did pass our recapture election, if you will, the state still requires us to designate a type of repayment methodology, if you will. This methodology is traditional. It's the purchase of attendance credits. If we need to pay back any kind of funds, first they'll deduct from our allotment. If there's anything in excess, then we would have to send back a check. At this point in time, we don't see that being an issue in terms of paying recapture back.
So we're just passing this proactively to give you the power to do so if and when it becomes necessary.
Not only that, but this is a requirement. Every district has to indicate what type of action they will proceed with II.A. before they can set and adopt a tax rate.
And there's no budget consequence currently?
Currently, no.
Again, let's talk about the broken systems that we are all dealing with. Are there
Yes,
questions and motions?
I'll move.
So moved by Ms. Villapando.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. 7-0. We consider acceptance of the certified appraisal rolls and supplemental appraisal roll for San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District.
Beginning on 265 of your board book and then proceeding to 266, I do have this quick presentation just updating our certified appraisal rolls as of July 25th of 2024. Each of our county appraisal districts provided their appraisal rolls that were certified. That data was entered into our property value survey, which would then also provide us our MCR rate, which we'll get to here in a second. Looking at our certified values, the column on the far right, 2024, is what has been certified as of July 25th, 2024. You can see that we went from $9.8 billion to $10.3 billion. Going a little bit further, keep in mind that property value, as it increases, will have a compression mechanism built into your compressed M&O tax rate or your MCR. So the more property value a district receives, the lower or more compression you'll get on that MCR rate. Looking at 2024, if you take that 10.3 billion appraisal figure, certified value figure, you can see also that our local property value percentage growth is 5.6 or 16% compared to years past. It is a little bit lower, but you can see also market trends are starting to cause that effect, right? But that does cause the district, San Marcos CISD, to have the lowest MCR rate or compressed M&O tax rate possible. Keep in mind that II.A. sets those rates based on your certified values. The only way to increase that rate is to go out for a tax rate election or already have those pennies associated with that tax rate. That lowest rate that we have found ourselves in is at 0.6169. Looking at those tax rate trends a little bit more in depth, if you were to take that MCR rate, carry it into that column on the right side, you can see that 0.6169. When we get further into our agenda, you'll see adding 8 golden pennies instead of the 6 brings that total M&O tax rate to 0.6969. Our INS rate is 0.3183, setting our total tax rate at 1.0152. With that being said, it is the recommendation administration approve the accepted certified and supplemental appraisal rolls for the tax rate 2024 for San Marcos CISD as recommended.
I'll make that motion that we accept the appraisal roll.
Second.
Any questions? All right, all in favor of accepting the tax rate as presented? Raise your hand. Opposed? Thank you. And now acceptance of the no new revenue rate and the voter approval tax rate, please.
Yes, on page 380 of your board book, the no new tax rate and also the voter approval tax rate. So keep in mind that if you look on page 381, you get a brief description of what that no new revenue tax rate is. It's the rate that would be imposed to keep the same total taxes of last year if applied to property taxed both years. It's a difficult calculation. It really provides very minimal depth, if you will, but it's something that we have to provide by law. The voter approval tax rate is the highest tax rate a district can set before it must go out for a voter-approved tax rate election. Again, on page 381, you can see that this year's no new revenue tax rate is 1.076615 per 100, and this year's voter approval tax rate is 0.9952 per 100. It is the recommendation of the board to approve the no new revenue rate and also the voter approval tax rate for tax year 2024.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept the no new revenue rate and the voter approved tax rate.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Cantu and seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. And opposed? Thank you. Yep. And next, the consideration of the ordinance setting the 2024 tax rate.
Yes, page 385, you will see the consider the ordinance setting the tax rate of 2024. I do want to point out a few things within this action item. Keep in mind that the vote to adopt the tax rate must be a record vote and must have at least 60% of the members of the governing body, or board, if you will, pass or be in favor. So it has to be 60% or more. So keep that in mind as we move through. As mentioned earlier, we talked about or presented that on August 4th, 2024, we provided notification of our public hearing and also this board meeting as well. So you can see that the proposed 2024 tax rate is, like I discussed, 1.0152 with an M&O tax rate of 0.6969 for maintenance operation and 0.3183 designated for the payment of principal and interest on bonded indebtedness. It is a recommendation that the SMCISD Board of Trustees set and adopt the tax rate as presented.
Is there a motion?
I move that we set and adopt the tax rate as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Cantu and seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And finally, the consideration.
Kid that was acting up, y'all put in a room somewhere.
We forgot the kid in timeout. Just joking.
Just joking.
No children.
Okay, consider approval of the budget amendments.
Yes, ma'am. On 389, you can see we have two amendments. The first is amendment for uniforms marching band. And then the amendment, the second amendment is function code amendment from 11 to 32 in order to cover payment for communities and schools.
I move we accept the budget amendments.
Motion made by Ms. Cantu and seconded by Ms. Lopez. Are there questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. All against, 7-0. Thanks, everyone. And now we're moving into elections. Consider the approving an order of special election calling a voter approval tax rate election to be held on November 5th, 2024. Mr. Doyle, could you just explain very quickly why we have to do this?
Absolutely. The tax rate that was just adopted by the Board of Trustees is in excess of our voter-approved tax rate. It's including the additional 2 golden pennies for a total of 8 golden pennies. In that adoption, it is now required that San Marcos CISD call a voter approval tax rate election. I know, Alicia, we've coordinated with Hayes, Guadalupe, and Caldwell already, and you can see that within the board book as well.
Ms. Halsey?
Mr. Arredondo.
I'll make a motion that we approve an order calling a special election, calling for a voter-approved tax rate election to be held on November 5th, 2024.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded by Mr. Arredondo and Ms. Cantu. Are there questions, comments, discussion? Mr. Shanks.
So, just I'm pure, I'm not for any tax rate, but I'm going to vote yes, just because the taxpayers get to decide. I just wanted it noted that I don't agree with the increase.
Comments?
I think it's probably important to say, I'm not sure we've said it out here, that we think this is necessary to be able to cover the difference that the state is refusing to release to the school districts.
Absolutely.
It's also important to note that not the only district that is taking this to a vote in November.
And then the cherry on top is it still not a tax rate decrease theoretically? Like, it's, instead of decreasing our tax rate 2 cents, we're going to decrease it 1 cent?
It would be 2 cents on top of with the additional golden pennies. So when you calculate it based on not having those versus those.
Okay.
2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, we gave increases to all of our employees, and we have done that several years running, and we would like to be able to continue to do that. The state does not seem to be wanting to release any more money to us. Everybody's costs are continuing to increase. This money, which will be around $2.5 million if we are successful, will not cover the extent of the deficit that we have from the state, but it goes toward that, and it does it in a financially responsible way because of the status of these being in the complicated state system that we have. The golden penny exempts them, in effect, from counting toward recapture, which is important for us, and it is the one state-approved mechanism for us to get more state-approved funding from the state. So they make it very circular and very difficult, but it really is the state-sanctioned way of increasing our budget. So again, it's not ideal, but I think that we have limited options. So I am in favor of it, and I hope that our voting constituency will also be in favor of it, so that we can continue to invest in our students and our teachers and our schools. But any other questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. And opposed? 7-0. Thank you. Next, we need to consider the approval of a contract with Hayes County Elections Administration for the purpose of the 2024 voter-approved tax rate election services and resolution to participate in joint election to be held on November 5th, 2024, as we just approved. Is there a motion to do so?
Yes.
Motion made by Ms. Cantain. Ms. Cantain. Motion made by Ms. Kane, seconded by Ms. Cantu. Any other questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0. Consider approval of the contract with Caldwell County Elections Administration for the purpose of the 2024 voter approval tax rate election services and resolution to participate in joint election to be held on November 5th, 2024.
Motion to approve.
Can we combine that with Guadalupe also?
I'm cool with that.
Sure, we can combine.
Motion to
because-
approve G 3 and 4.
I'll second both.
Excellent. Motion made to conduct said elections in all 3 counties in which our school district resides. All in favor? Opposed? Moving forward. Thanks, everyone. We are now going to resume our, we had tabled a discussion in executive session, so we are going to convene and close this open meeting and reopen in executive session and then resume the open meeting following that. But I think in the meantime, y'all are free to go home. Thanks for a great first week of school. keep up the great work. I know kids are super excited to come back even if they don't act like it. So, thank you. I know too.
We should have probably put them in consent. Once.
Adjourn.
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Gioconda, seconded by Ms. Kane. All in favor, please raise your hand. The meeting is adjourned. Before 10 o'clock.
Who had 9:59?
I had 10 o'clock.
All right.